Hi, welcome into the Hot Shop YouTube. Hi. So I do have closed captioning on the screen as well as cameras that follow the artist movements around. I wanted to update you guys on what's happening and who's here today. So we do have a visiting artist. She's up in the front actually talking to some other guests. This is Åsa. And we are going to be working on a variety of pieces today. We are starting off with working on one of these large vases. These are called Stockholm vases, and something that she designed back in 1995-ish, early 2000s, and was making them around that time, and is revisiting the project now. So this piece has two different components, the clear disc and then the colored body of the vase. We're working on the two separate pieces at the same time. So they're starting on that clear at the center bench, and then Sarah over on the right is working just the very beginning, creating the bubble of colored glass. It's a little bit of a long process to get all of those layers of glass that we need, but pretty soon, once we have all that glass, we'll start to blow it out and turn it into our vase. Yeah, and then we will have some more projects happening over on the left bench. They're making some plates over there, which luckily we have some incredible examples right here in front of you all. So these have a different color on either side of them. So for example, one of them might be like yellow on one side and then orange on the other. It's a stark enough contrast that when you engrave or sandblast through the surface of the glass, you see that second color underneath, and it has just that stark contrast to create lettering or typography, imagery within the glass. And that's actually what a lot of these pieces are going to be used for. So all of these pieces are technically not quite finished because they have to go through cold working with the glass cold, which includes sandblasting, cutting, grinding, polishing. And could I have our visiting artist slideshow, please? So I wanted to show this off real quick. If you guys haven't seen it yet, this is some of our visiting artists' previously made work. So some things she's made in the past and a lot of inspiration for some of these current designs. And we've been working on all of these pieces during this residency. Åsa's here for a full week residency, so she's here from Wednesday through Sunday, tomorrow being the last day. And she'll have an artist talk tomorrow as well. At about 1 p.m., she'll talk about herself as an artist and her artwork and her inspirations. Thank you. So I know just as you guys were coming in, we were working on two different pieces, one at the center bench here and then one over on the right. Could we have a view of the center bench now, please? And the one that we were working on at the center bench, it disappeared, seemingly. Maybe you guys noticed that too. We've actually set it aside in this silver box right here called the garage. And what this does is it keeps the piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that prevents it from breaking while we finish off the rest of the piece, which is going to be the body of the vase. And then we'll eventually bring the two together. So the center bench, again, so far we have our color within the walls of the glass. So this orange you see is actually not quite only from the glow of the heat, but it's also partially the color. This is supposed to be a yellow or an orange. And we are just creating the jack line, which is basically this divot off the end of the pipe that becomes our breaking point later on. It's a weak point that we're creating. And then we can finish blowing this out. And for those of you who just joined in, just gave a little bit of a spiel, but I'll point out a couple of things again. So this is the piece we're making right now. It's called a Stockholm vase. It's designed by our visiting artist today, Åsa. She's up in the front right here, Åsa Sandlund. Yeah, so it sounds like we are making the taller version of this one again. So it's going to be about 18 inches tall and 9 inches wide when it comes to the clear glass disc on top. And just to mention again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Whether it's about the visiting artist or about the glass. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Hi. We have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today. And I'll point out real quick that we have some closed captioning on the screen as well as some cameras that follow the artist's movements. And we will have a lot going on the hot shop floor today. So I'll mostly be focusing on what's happening at the center bench, but we do have some projects over on the left bench. And again, our visiting artist is Åsa Sandlund, and she is the one up in the front with the black jacket. And everyone else is supporting her in creating this artwork. So for the project at the center bench, we're creating one of these tall Stockholm vases, which have a clear disc of 9 inches in width, and then we also have 18 inches in height. So the disc is half the height of the piece. That's something that our visiting artist specifically wanted. And then we also are going to be making some plates over on the left bench which you could see right here on the front table. And these, I wish I could show you guys, but they're one color on the top and then one color on the bottom. So eventually when they sandblast through the surface of the glass or engrave through the surface of the glass, it'll reveal that second layer of color underneath, and they could create imagery, lettering, typography. Our visiting artist has still been kind of determining what exactly she wants to put onto them. So if you didn't already know this, believe it or not, this tool that Ben has been using continuously at the center bench right here, this pad, is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. And that is enough. You don't really feel heat through them, and you can contour it to the shape of your hand, and then you can contour the glass to the shape of the paper. So it's as close to using our hands on the glass as we will get. And again, they are trying to hit a height of 18 inches, so they're double checking with the calipers every once in a while, making sure that they're going to get that height they need. And it looks like they're finishing off the bottom of one of those plates. So the reason these plates are elevated off of the table a little bit is because there's a clear puck of glass underneath, shaped honestly a lot like a hockey puck. And welcome to everyone who just joined us over on the right side of the hot shop. We have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today, Åsa Sandlund, and she is up in the front with the black jacket, standing watching at the center bench. And a lot of the people you see on the floor, by the way, I get questions about this a lot. They are our resident hot shop team, so they'll help visiting artists that come through, like Åsa today. And then we also do have some work happening over on the left. This is all a combined effort. All of these pieces are going into the same exhibit, which will be a traveling exhibit, opening and starting that traveling around fall 2026. So they're preparing now. And at the center bench, we are making one of these Stockholm vases, which you'll see right here on the front pedestal. This is the final product, and we're just finishing off the body of the piece. We still need to add the clear glass onto the top to create that disc, but we've already prepared it beforehand. And then over on the left, we are seeing them make these plates, which we have displayed out on this front table here as well. So luckily we have lots of reference for all of the different pieces we're going to see made today. And it looks like we've moved on to flattening the bottom of our vase. Once this is flattened to their liking, that means that the bottom half of the piece is completely done. And moments like these are why it's so important to have 3 or 4 team members per bench. Right there, we were flattening the bottom with one tool, keeping another tool on the side to make sure the side stayed very symmetrical and smooth. And then, kind of behind the scenes, Gabe has been blowing and capping the end of the pipe, capping because this pipe works like a straw. It can go both ways. So if we push on the glass, air will escape if we don't keep our finger over the end of it. So lots of work, lots of people. It's a very collaborative effort. And now that we have the bottom of the piece flattened, we can get another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end ready. We'll bring that over and attach it to the bottom in order to break the piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And with a lot of pieces that you see finished in the hot shop, like these for example, these have a clear base to them that will be completely cut off, but this is where these pieces were attached to this second pipe that we'll be bringing over. And then for a lot of these pieces, I assume they already cold worked the bottom completely flat, but yeah, usually we need to cut or grind or polish some glass off of the bottom of our pieces. So we've just attached that second pipe to the bottom. The way that this is connected, it's almost barely connected, so it's easy to break off later on. And then we will go ahead and break our piece off. The way that we break pieces off of our pipes, no matter when, is we will usually shock the glass to crack that connection and pop it off. So we're just adding some water now to that little divot right off the end of the pipe. That's our weak point. Once we add the water, we tap the pipe. That sends a vibration to the cracks and just pops a piece right off. So now we have flipped the orientation of our piece completely. This is what we have to do for any blown piece, whether it's a vase or a cup or a bowl. We need to start from the bottom, flip the orientation, and then we can work on the top. And could we have a view of the left bench real quick, please? So I wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to see this. The left bench is up on the screen. They're going to be heating up this piece of glass at the center bench for a while, but looks like they're pretty close to finishing this plate, or maybe completely finished with it. You can always tell when somebody gets suited up in those Kevlar gloves that they're nearing the end of the process. So there, they've just broken that plate off, and this goes inside of the annealer, which we'll be using this box throughout the day. I'll point out it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will hold at that temperature until we're completely done for the day. Then we press a button to slowly cool everything all at once. And the cycle is usually overnight, about 12 hours, but some of these pieces are so thick that they're going to take up to 2 days to cool down properly. So as you can tell, we focused a lot of heat on kind of the upper third or fourth of the piece, and we're trying to get rid of some excess glass around the opening of the piece. This could be to cut down on the height a little bit. This could be to get rid of some thickness that might be in there. Remember, we are trying to hit exactly 18 inches of height, and then that clear disc is going to be 9 inches wide. So they'll usually start with just a little bit more than they need and then take off as much as they need to get that height. So now that we've broken off that excess glass, we open it up pretty much to its full size, is what I would say if we had cut off enough glass. So it looks like they're cutting off just a little bit more, but it will eventually be connected with that clear bit of glass that we were working on earlier. It's sitting inside of this box still at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. I get that question a lot. We don't reuse any of the colored scraps usually because it's color and clear glass mixed together, so it's no longer pure in either of those ways. But that's just us at this hot shop. I know some hot shops will use every single little bit of scrap, or maybe they'll give it to fusion artists or do something different with it. We do, however, reuse all of our clear scrap. So whenever we have clear glass left over, since it's just pure, we throw it back into the clear glass furnace. So now at this point we've pulled out the clear bit of glass over on the right bench that we're eventually going to be attaching to the opening of this piece at the center bench. And what's tricky about this connection is we have to make sure that the walls of the glass are around the same thickness. We have to make sure that the openings are almost perfectly the same. And then we'll connect the two together. So they're double checking the size of the openings using some calipers. And for those who just joined in, came in at a good time, we're just about to connect two pieces of glass together to create one of these Stockholm vases right here. So we have the clear portion of glass over on the far right bench, and then the entire body of the vase at the center bench, of course. And then we'll soon bring the two together. And the person who's designed this work, her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is the one in the black jacket closest to us in the front right here behind me. So we are ready to bring these two pieces together. We just heated up the two connection points, the two openings, push them together. We'll give it a light puff of air. And then we'll disconnect this pipe that we use to carry that clear glass over. And then we're left with our pieces connected. So eventually this clear bubble of glass is going to be flared all the way open into a disc or plate-like shape. And while I have a little bit of time, could I have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? So I know a lot of you haven't had the chance to see this yet, so up on the screen now is a slideshow showing off some of Åsa's artwork. And again, you're going to see a lot of this on the front pedestals. You're going to see a lot of it made throughout the week. She is here for a full week residency. She started on Wednesday and is going to continue all the way through tomorrow. Which tomorrow, since it's the last day of her residency, she'll have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. She'll talk about herself as an artist and her artwork, probably her inspirations, and of course, where these pieces are going to go, which again, they're going to go into a traveling exhibit. There's going to be about 35 to 40 pieces total, so this is a big exhibit. Yeah, we just trimmed a little bit of that clear glass off of the opening of the piece. You may have not seen it because we're a little bit further away, but there was a little bit of an uneven break when they broke it off from that pipe. So they were getting rid of that unevenness. Now they'll be able to flare it open. Which one? This one right here specifically? So this one, it just has really thick walls of glass, and it's mostly clear glass with the color close to the surface but not exactly on the surface. And you could see these layers much better if you come up close and you look at the cross section, for example. You can actually look straight down, and the walls are this thick. And so what they do is when they finish the piece, they let it cool down, of course. This is the piece that takes 2 days to cool down because it's so thick. And then they will kind of grind away or sand the surface of the glass away to create these clear windows because they're grinding through the colored layer. I know, it's incredible. And it, depending on the way you're looking at it and the way the light is shining through it, it'll magnify and mirror different things. So it really plays with light. How heavy is it? I don't. So Åsa actually had me pick one up the other day just to see how heavy it is, but I don't have a good gauge for that. Definitely more than 10 pounds. Yeah. So we're starting to flare that clear glass open. We are using a variety of tools to do this. We have been using the jacks quite a bit, which are those 2 metal blades that we've been going on the inside of the piece with, just lifting the wall up. Then we have these wooden paddles we're using to push against the opening and smooth round that lip out. We do use these wooden paddles for shielding as well, so if you've noticed that throughout the process, we're holding the wooden paddle up against somebody's arm or hand, just protecting from the radiant heat. And at this point, we want to keep the pipe on some rollers, so instead of rolling it back and forth across the bench, we have these rollers set up. This is going to make sure the piece turns out as symmetrical as it possibly can. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys because you guys came in a little bit more recently, but over on the left, they've been working on making these plates of glass, which you'll see here on the front table. And something special about these is they have two different colors on the opposite sides. So one color on the front and then one color on the back. And eventually, they will be engraving or sandblasting through the surface of the glass to create patterning or images or typography. Yeah, when you etch through that first layer of color, it reveals the second layer, creates a really nice contrast. So we don't usually get to see very much of the cold working process, but Kristen is over on the right in the apron, and she's our cold worker here at the Museum of Glass, and she does all of that stuff I've been talking about, the grinding, cutting, polishing. So she's currently grinding through the surface of one of these pieces. This is what it started off looking like, and it's going to turn into that piece on the pedestal, basically. She's carving those clear glass windows into the side of the piece. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They probably already have the two layers of color and everything. They're just getting ready to blow that plate out. So it's looking like we're pretty much done with this piece of the center bench. And you can see Sarah over on the right's getting suited up. She's going to put on those big Kevlar gloves we saw earlier and actually pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe to put it away. So in preparation for breaking the piece off, we torch any weak connection points. We torch that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And then pretty soon we'll be applying some water, cracking that connection, and then just popping the piece completely off to put it away. So you guys came in just to see the finished product. It's perfect. And we're torching the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that might remain from that connection. And then we will be completely done. We'll set this aside to cool down. Again, for up to 2 days, some of these pieces have to cool down. And let's give them a round of applause for that vase, please. Thank you. So again, these annealers, they sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to keep the glass warm for the time being and then eventually slowly cool it down. And we are seeing one of those plates made up on the screen or over on the left bench. They'll start on the next project relatively soon at the center bench. The artist will probably just get a little bit of water. It's a really good time to ask questions if you guys have any. And time for me to give you guys an introduction since you guys just came in. So we do have a visiting artist. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and you probably saw the sign as you came in, but she is the one in the black jacket, blonde hair. She was up in the front quite a bit, overseeing what the artists are doing on the floor. So she's a designer of these pieces. She started working with glass in about 1993 and is bringing forward some of the pieces that she had originally been working on around that time. So these are older designs that she's revisiting, and eventually they are going into an exhibit in fall 2026. So we're preparing for that. And she's going to have, along with another artist, about, 35 to 40 pieces in the finished exhibit. Glad you asked. So these are actually something called color bar. I'm trying to find a good bright example. So this is color bar. It's just solid colored glass through and through. We have this preheating inside of that box up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll pick it up on the end of our pipe, melt it down, and this is what we layer inside of the walls of the piece to create that solid layer of color. But it's still mostly clear glass, but this is the very beginning of the process. And welcome to everyone who's just joined us in the hot shop. Yeah, I'm here. Hi. And we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is the one in the black jacket over on the right side of the hot shop. We have a slideshow to show off some of her work on the screen, show off some of the finished products. And luckily, we have a ton of the finished pieces out on the front pedestals and on this table in the front as well. When I say finished, I guess it's more so finished in the hot shop. But a lot of these pieces are going to be engraved or sandblasted, like some of these plates you see on the screen. So they're not quite finished overall. They need to go through that whole process cold after the hot shop. And so far today, I think for the first half of the day, we're going to be working on some Stockholm vases, which you see right here on the front pedestal at the center bench. And then at the left bench, we're continuing to work on more of those plates, which will eventually, again, be engraved or sandblasted. And just to mention one more thing, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to let me know. So currently over on the left bench, which we have a view of on the screen, we're going to be opening up this plate. And at the center bench, pretty soon we'll be seeing the very beginning of the process, which is when we add our color to the glass in the first place. So now we have a view of the right bench up on our screen. And this is where we're going to be adding that colored glass, which, again, if you haven't seen it already, all of these bars or solid pieces of colored glass here on the table, this is called color bar, and we'll melt down sections of it and add it onto our clear bubble, like you see on the screen. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's really hard to tell what the color is when it's this hot. Everything is so hot that it's radiating its own light as well as heat like lava. So it's going to look orange in the beginning. And actually, I think that this one I overheard is going to be orange in the end. And we finished yet another plate over on that left bench. In just a few minutes, they were able to open it up all the way, quickly break it off of the pipe, and then that box we put it inside of is meant to slowly cool the glass down for usually overnight. And of course, with these Stockholm vases, we have these two separate sections that need to be attached together, which is the clear disc and then the colored body of the vase. So at the center bench, Ben is making that clear bubble. He's preparing that beforehand, and he'll set it aside while we finish the body of the vase. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I wanted to point out one more time what we're working on, which is this Stockholm vase. And we're going to be making the big ones, I think, still, just throughout the first half of the day. So 18 inches tall, and then that clear glass disc is 9 inches wide. Our visiting artist, Åsa Sandlund, she's the one in the black jacket at the center bench here. And she wants the vases to have that clear disc half the height of the vase itself. So all of them are these very exact measurements. We're going to be using calipers throughout the process. And we're starting the clear disc at the center bench now. Over on the right, we have the body of the vase being started. And this is the longer part of the process where we get all of the material we need on the end of the pipe. But then once we have all of it, it moves pretty quick from there. Yes, so this building has a little bit of a story, but it's mostly built to be aesthetic, like flashy, I guess. But it's based off of the area's history, so it's paying tribute to the fact that this area was used for a lot of logging. They had these wood burners shaped like this cone for leftover wood scraps, and when they cleaned up the entire waterway, Theophos waterway, they added the museum, the bridge of glass, and then they built this cone to kind of just point out what used to be here, I guess. this right here. Yeah, so for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, this is the garage. And we just finished that clear section of glass. We're just going to set it aside in here to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's just a flame in the corner that keeps the box warm. And yeah, I think we call it the garage. It's been explained to me because we park the pipes in there, I guess. So yeah, it's just the glass on the end of the pipe, stick it in the box, and it stays warm. And now we could finish off the body of the piece while that stays in the box. We're also preheating pieces of our color in there, which I don't know if you've seen this yet, but this is color bar. We just break sections of it off and warm it up and pick it up on the end of our pipe. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are going to be creating one of these Stockholm vases right here on the front pedestal, so 18 inches tall, and then the clear glass 9 inches wide. This is designed by our visiting artist, Åsa Sandlund. She's the one at the center bench in the black jacket there. Everyone else, most of them are working for the Museum of Glass as our resident hotshop team, and they'll help all the visiting artists that come through. But we do also have some extra people on the floor that Åsa has brought in herself. And yeah, we're seeing a variety of pieces made. I think I heard we're going to see some of these pieces made in the second half of the day, which these are super thick so that the surface can be carved into to create these glass windows through the color. Yeah, really interesting. They play with light in a lot of cool ways because of that clear glass window. And then, of course, over on the left bench, we're continuing to make these plates, which you see on the front table right here. So that's what we're going to see overall. And I'll just continue to walk you through the whole process as it happens in front of you. But, of course, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So we keep gathering up layer after layer of clear glass just to build up some more mass for the piece overall rather than anything else. And then once we have enough, we'll start blowing it out and turning it into the body of our vase. Right now we're using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block to smooth and even out that fresh layer of clear. And this just helps the bubble blow out more evenly, so the heat's evenly distributed, the glass is evenly distributed. So now we can start to blow this out. The blowing happens pretty quickly. If we blow too hard, the glass will blow thin enough that it can break. But Gabe is blowing into the end of the pipe while Ben is guiding which way the bubble blows out by using that pad. And that pad is actually just folded on newspaper, splashed with a little bit of water. I know that could be surprising, but you can't really feel any heat through these, and they conform really well to the shape of your hand. And once we've added enough heat, Ben goes ahead and creates the jack line, which is this divot that we squeeze into the glass off the end of the pipe, and eventually this becomes our breaking point. So welcome into the hot shop. I just wanted to point out what we're going to be working on, which luckily we have a ton of examples out already. These are Stockholm vases designed by our visiting artist who's with us today, and her name is Åsa Sandlund. She's the one in the front in the black jacket. She's a designer of these pieces. And we already have the clear glass, which is going to be used for the disc, prepared, set aside. So now we're just blowing out the body, and eventually we'll bring the two together. And all these pieces on display, again, these have been made over the past few days or so of the residency. Åsa has been here since Wednesday for this current residency, and will be here all the way through the end of the day tomorrow. Which tomorrow, because it's her last day of the residency, she'll be having an artist talk at 1 p.m. where she talks about herself as an artist, her inspirations, and this artwork in particular. It's going into an exhibit in fall of 2026. So we're getting pretty close to finishing the overall shape for the body of the space, and eventually we'll completely flatten the bottom out like Ben is doing right here with this graphite paddle. And once we flatten the bottom of the piece, that's when we move on to a next big step, which is attaching another pipe to the bottom that we just finished, and then breaking the entire thing off from the original pipe it was blown on. And this flips the orientation of the piece by basically adding a second handle. We need to do this for every blown piece, whether it's a plate, a cup, a bowl, a vase. We start from the bottom, flip the orientation, and then we work on the top of the piece. And then I know that you guys just joined in, so welcome into the hot shop. And we are working on one of these Stockholm vases right here, one of the ones that are about 18 inches tall, and the clear glass disc. We have already started that. It'll be 9 inches wide. And again, just to point out, over on the left bench, we are working on a kind of a different project, different object. These are going to be plates like you see on the front table right here. And they have one color on the front, one color on the back. And the purpose of this is to engrave or sandblast through the surface layer of color to reveal that second layer underneath. And this creates a nice contrast for lettering, for like images on the glass. And could I have Åsa's slide show up on the screen again, please? So for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow going now of our visiting artist artwork. And I wanted to show off especially those plates like this right here. So that's what these are going to be used for. They just end up so different from what you see right here as a final product. So we just attached the punti, which is the second pipe, onto the bottom of the piece. Then to break the piece away, we apply some water to that breaking point, tap the pipe, it pops right off. The water is thermally shocking the glass, which is also what happens if we were to, for example, just finish a piece and then set it on the floor to cool down. It would just start to crack and break apart eventually, whether it takes a few seconds or a few minutes. It will break apart eventually. So now we have access to the top of the piece where we'll be adding that clear disc. So we heated up the top portion of the piece, and we did break off some glass from the opening. Again, we're trying to hit exactly 18 inches in height for each of these vases in the body. And so they will usually start with a little bit more than they need and then trim off as much as it takes to get to that exact 18. And then they can fix up the opening, and eventually we'll be attaching that clear portion of glass that Sarah has over on the right bench now. And this hasn't been opened up into a disc quite yet. It's attached as a bubble to the top of the vase, and then they open it up on top of the vase into that disc. Also, yeah, that's a pipe cooler over there on the right. It's a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into, so you're not missing out on anything too crazy, just so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. So we're getting ready to attach those two pieces of glass together now. So we're heating up the two openings. These openings have to be the same size so that they connect really smoothly, and then also the walls of the glass around the same thickness as well. So it's really tricky to attach two separate blown pieces together. So they bring the two pieces together. Those two openings have been heated up enough that they will permanently stick. They'll give it a little puff of air, and then they'll break away this pipe connected to the clear, leaving everything attached together. So just like that, we have all of our components. And now they have to work on opening that clear bubble up into a disc. for this piece particularly. So this piece in particular, I think it's about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit longer for these pieces. Yeah, especially those big ones. It's so hard to keep everything balanced and the correct temperature. And then also, I do want to point out again, and could we have Åsa's slideshow up on the screen again, please? So while I'm talking about our visiting artist artwork, I want you to take a look at this slideshow of her previously made works. That's up on the screen now. So Åsa started working with glass at about 1993, and she's revisiting some older designs like these on the screen, and then the ones you see on the floor as well. By the floor, I mean the pedestals and the table. And these are going into an exhibit, traveling exhibit in fall of 2026. And I just wanted to point out, based off of the few pieces you saw on the slideshow, that a lot of these pieces are not quite done yet. Even the ones that are on the pedestals, a lot of them are going to go through a cold working process where they etch or grind at the surface of the glass, sandblast at the surface of the glass. And this is going to create designs and patterning in the pieces, such as lettering or imagery. So now we're slowly opening this up using the jacks, which are those two metal blades, going on the inside of that clear glass and lifting up the wall. And I can tell you guys are already impressed, but I just wanted to point out that it's really difficult to balance the temperature in the correct way across the glass. If they heat up anything too much, then it all starts to move and they lose the shape that they have worked on so hard. So they've been focusing a lot of the heat, most of the heat, on just that clear glass on the end. And when we heat up the entire piece overall, we're heating it up just enough so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock or cool down too much in general. So to open this up more evenly, we've moved on to using rollers at the bench instead. So we set up these rollers. It's just rolling in one spot now instead of back and forth across the bench, helping with symmetricality. So we keep flaring this open as wide as we can to get it to that disc shape. We've been using a variety of tools to do this. I already pointed out the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but then we moved on to using wooden blades, which are called pachofis. Those are more gentle, so they're not going to gouge or scrape or leave any lines behind on this clear glass. And to completely flatten the disc, we're using a wooden paddle against the opening, which is going to be a much more straight, solid surface. And again, over on the left, that's where they've been making those plates right here on the front table. So that big bit of glass on the end of the pipe is going to eventually turn into one of those plates. Yeah, just to talk about some of the tools a little bit. So the pipes that we're using, they're all blowpipes, so they're hollow all the way through, except for this one right here we have attached to the bottom. It's a solid pipe. And when we use blowpipes, technically they work both ways. So we can blow air into the glass. If we apply pressure to the piece, then the air is going to escape through the pipe. So to counteract that, sometimes we'll cap the end of the pipe while we apply pressure somewhere, or we'll blow really lightly into the end of the pipe. But yeah, the pipes work both ways, and they're made out of stainless steel, along with a lot of our other tools, including the tables throughout the hot shop everywhere. And stainless steel is apparently a poor conductor of heat, so the heat's only going to travel maybe this far down the pipe. So we just avoid touching that darkened area of the pipe. You'll be able to see it's darkened from how many times it's been reheated inside of the glory hole, which those are the large reheating furnaces. So when these pieces are finished, the cycles are a little bit longer than usual. Usually it's about 12 hours or so, and that's still a decent amount of time. But these pieces, for example, the walls of the glass are super thick. And we'll use this one for reference, kind of measure it with my finger. They're that thick. It's so those ones take 2 full days to cool down. And so if we put some of these pieces together, we still have to go with the longest cycle. So a lot of these are cooling down for 2 days straight. Also, it looks like we've finished our piece at the center bench, so we're getting ready to break it off and put it away at this point. Torching that area where the clear glass is connected to the pipe. And then we're also torching any weak points like the edges of the disc. And then we'll apply some water to close to the end of the pipe, crack that connection, and pop the piece off. Sarah's going to pick this up in those Kevlar gloves and then carry it over to one of our annealers to put it away and slowly cool down. We'll torch the bottom, get rid of leftover sharp ends, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that vase. Thank you, everyone. So into the annealer it goes, and this is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment, so it's not a cold box, but it is going to be used to cool the glass very slowly. The piece should be just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is cold for glass. If it drops any further below that, it'll start to crack from thermal shock. So it's always somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we're working with it. And we're continuing to work on our plate over on the left bench. We've just added a cookie of clear glass to the bottom. So up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. I just trimmed off a little bit of glass from the opening of this piece, which, again, this is going to be opened up all the way into a plate shape. Might be kind of hard to imagine right now. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I just want to give another reintroduction for anyone that's recently joined in as to who we have here and what we have going on in general. So we do have a visiting artist for the week. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and we are going to be making a variety of pieces in the hot shop today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of her residency. Åsa's the one in the front with the black jacket over on the far right. She's looking at some pieces that I assume were finished maybe yesterday or even the day before. Some of them have to cool for up to 2 days. So we're going to be working on one more of these Stockholm vases, which you see here on the front pedestal. We're just making a variety of colors, and all of them are ending up about 18 inches tall and that clear glass disc about 9 inches wide. And then over on the left, again, we're working on some plates, which you'll see the finished ones on the front table here. And a lot of these pieces, including the plates, including the Stockholm vases, are going to have engraving and sandblasting in the surface of them to create different designs. So they're still not even quite finished when they look like this. Now, over on the far right bench, we're going to see the very beginning of the process for any blown piece of glass. And this is when we get the color on the glass. So we start with just a single small clear bubble. We melt down a solid piece of colored glass called color bar, like you see here. It's just a label. And then we will drop that right on top. Once it's nice and hot, kind of spread it and push it over top of the clear to cover it up. And this creates an even layer of color within the walls of the piece, like you see with these ones here. So that's going to become the body of the vase, what we're working on over on the far right bench. And could I have Åsa's slideshow, please? Yeah, could I have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? Yeah, we've been having some technical difficulties today, so I'll ask for it again in a few minutes, and then I'll make sure to direct your attention to the screen. But I do have tons of our visiting artists' artwork to show off, and some of this imagery that you'll see in the slideshow shows off the pieces even after they've been sandblasted and completely finished. So that's what I really wanted to highlight. Now we just finished one of those plates. This goes inside of the annealer on the left wall to slowly cool down. And just to emphasize real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Could be questions further about our visiting artists, could be questions just about glass in general. Anything is fine. So at the center bench, this clear glass is eventually going to turn into the disc that'll be attached to the top of the vase. And then the vase body itself is being made over on the right bench at the moment by Sarah. She's just about to gather some clear glass over top of the color. So if you haven't seen this yet, this tank with the closed door, which, well, we've just opened it now, is where we hold all of our clear molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the bottom. And that is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So now, as you can see, we have much more glass on the end of our pipe to work with. So we've completely opened up the end of the clear bubble, meaning if we were to blow into the end of that pipe now, that air would just pass all the way through the glass and just out the other end. And this is helpful because the top of these vases is open, of course. So we attach one opening here, and then we open the other one up completely to flare it out into the disc. And it looks like maybe I could pull up our visiting artist artwork. Could we have that slideshow on the screen, please? Okay, could we have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen now, we have that slideshow going. And I wanted to point out, again, all of these pieces are going to go through some sort of cold working process. So these ones in particular on the cart, that's the one you see on the screen, that's the one you see on this front pedestal here. There's a clear window that is carved through, just carved into the surface of the piece to show off the inside of the piece. And then with the plates, I'll definitely want to show off some of those plates. They have been sandblasted. There are 2 layers of color. So when you sandblast it, it etches through the first layer and it reveals the second layer underneath, which can be used for really nice contrasting letters or imagery on the glass. And our visiting artist has worked with glass for a while. She started in 1993 and took a, well, I guess not a break. She's been working continuously with glass since 1993. Recently retired as the graphic designer and art director at Nordstrom for 30 years to get back into glass art more heavily. I don't know if we saw any of the images of the discs. If we did, I missed it. Here we go. Here's some of the plates. I just wanted to show these off especially because of that contrast. Yeah, a lot of these pieces are going to be sandblasted. Thank you. And it looks like we have enough glass at this point to now start blowing out the body of our vase. And next we start on the jack line. So we'll carve this divot into the surface of the glass right off the end of the pipe using these two blades called the jacks, hence the name jack line. And this eventually becomes our breaking point. It's creating a weak point for the glass to have a really controlled break when we break the piece off of the pipe. We use gravity to shape the glass quite a bit, so all we had to do was hang it down for a little while, and now we have that taller, skinnier shape that we want. So if anyone else noticed this, I'll share this real quick. The clear bit of glass that they were working on at the center bench, it seemingly kind of just disappeared. We put it inside of this silver box right here called the garage to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we finish the body of the vase. So eventually we'll bring it back out, warm it up slightly, and then bring it over to connect the two together. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I didn't mention that, so thanks for bringing it up. And it isn't a disc quite yet. It's still shaped kind of like a bubble, so we'll have to open it up on top of the vase. Yeah, it's impressive. And welcome to those who recently joined in. We have a visiting artist today. She's been here for the full week residency starting Wednesday and going all the way through the end of the day tomorrow. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is the one up in the front here talking to some members of the audience. And we are working on many different pieces throughout the day today, 3 different types of pieces. The one that we're working on at the center bench, which I've been focusing on quite a bit, is one of her Stockholm vases right here. So we are finishing off the body of the vase, and eventually we'll bring over this clear blown piece of glass and attach it to the top. And then also over on the left bench, we've been continuously working on some of these plates, which you see on the front table in front of Åsa as well. So those are finished products of the hot shop from the past few days or so. But technically, they're still not done. They have to go through a variety of cold working, such as sandblasting, to create imagery in the surface of the piece. So at this point, we focused a lot of heat just on the bottom of the piece so we could flatten the bottom using this graphite paddle. So we're finishing off the lower half of the piece completely by doing this. So once they're happy with how much the bottom of this piece has been flattened, we'll be attaching another pipe directly to the center of the bottom. And then we'll be breaking the entire piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And over on the left bench, they've been building up layer upon layer of clear glass over top of the layers of color that they have already. Just getting enough mass to blow out and work with for the finished plate. Yeah, so the color's added in the very beginning. So we create our initial clear bubble, which is literally only about this big. And then we take a section of color bar, for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, and we'll melt it down and drop it on top of the clear bubble and then spread it completely over top. So it's just a layer within the walls of the piece, basically. And we actually should have an image to show this off. Could we have the color overlay image, please? Thank you. So this is the cross section of a piece over on the right. It might be a little bit hard to see, but there is a very thin layer of clear within the color as well. So again, small clear bubble, color, and then clear glass over top of that as well, which is when we add most of the mass. Thank you. So this glass at the center bench, whenever we're heating this up right now, we're just trying to keep the glass warm enough that it doesn't want to break from thermal shock. So just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the meantime, Gabe has been preparing another pipe with a little bit of clear glass to attach just straight to the center of the bottom of the piece. And once this is connected, we can go ahead and break the piece off from its original pipe. And this is done by cracking the glass at that connecting point. We'll purposefully thermally shock the glass by adding some water. So Ben dips his tweezers in some water, applies that to the glass, gives the pipe a tap, and just like that, we flip the orientation of the piece. So now over on the left side of the hot shop, a little bit of, well, not even a little, a large bit of clear glass has been brought over and dropped onto the end of the bubble. This is creating a clear puck, almost shaped like a hockey puck, just at the very center of the bottom of the piece. You can't see it underneath the plate, but this is what's elevating it off of the surface that it sits on, just so it stands out a little bit more. And now we've really heated up the front of the piece, so we can start opening this up. And for these vases, again, we're trying to hit a specific height of 18 inches. So we start with a little bit more than we need, and we can trim away some of the extra glass to get the exact height that we want. So we knock off that excess bit of glass. And we should be able to start opening this up from there, and then eventually, again, we'll be adding our clear glass to the top. Clear glass is still sitting inside of this silver box right here called the garage. I know some of you didn't hear that explanation earlier, so I wanted to point out this box sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, has a flame in the corner of it that keeps that temperature up, and we're just keeping that piece of glass warm in there while we finish the body of the vase. So Sarah has pulled out that clear glass over at the right bench and is just going to keep that warm and eventually prepare it to bring over and attach to the top of the piece. And at the moment, over on the left bench, looks like they're opening up this bubble of glass into our plate. I'll make sure to give you guys a view of that once he starts opening it up a little bit further. And could we get a view of the left bench real quick, please? So we've flared this plate open. This is done pretty quickly. It's really easy to miss the exact moment when they finish flaring it out, because what they do near the end is they heat it up and then they start to spin it really quickly, and they create centrifugal force that flares the glass open almost on its own. It's very magical. So they've just finished off that shape, and they don't want to heat this up any further, so usually they'll just break it right off and put it away. So they add some water near the end of the pipe. They'll give it a tap, and then that'll pop off into the Kevlar gloves, and then carried over to the annealer to be put away. So it'll rest in there and cool down overnight. And then back at the center bench, it's too bad these two things are happening at the same time. They've already attached that clear bubble of glass. So now they just have to make sure everything stays straight and even, and then they'll start to flare this clear glass open into a disc. And welcome to everyone who's just joined in. There are a lot of new people that have come in all at the same time, so perfect timing. I'll be able to give you all an introduction at the same time. We have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she's the one up in the front in the black jacket, their hair in a ponytail, just to point her out to you all. And then we are going to be making multiple different pieces in the hot shop today. Right now we are finishing off one of her Stockholm vases, which you see right here on the front pedestal. These end up being 18 inches tall and this clear glass disc 9 inches wide. And we're just about to flare that clear glass disc open. So Åsa's been working with glass since 1993. And she is revisiting some older designs. So she's made these pieces in the past. And speaking of, could we see Åsa's slideshow up on the screen, please? So we have a little bit of time before this clear glass budges too much. So up on the screen, I want to show off this slideshow, showing off some of the finished products. So with these plates on the front table here, which we've been making over on the left bench, these are eventually engraved or sandblasted to create these different designs. And then with a lot of these other pieces, they have to go through similar processes as well. For example, one of these was just brought out, this pink one here, which has been cold worked on the surface. They cut through this outer layer that has color on it, and that creates a clear window in the side of the piece. Thank you. So at the center bench, again, we're going to continue to flare that clear glass open. And feel free to grab my attention by raising your hand. Ask as many questions as you want, whether it's about the visiting artist or about the glass itself. So the bubbles in glass, it depends on the exact kind you're talking about. If they're perfectly spaced, like very intermittent, almost in a diamond or square pattern across the surface, that's from a mold that has kind of these spikes that push into the glass, create dimples, which we then cover with clear glass, and that traps air bubbles. Or if it's just crazy air bubbles everywhere, sometimes they will get that by dunking the glass into baking soda water or just spraying baking soda onto the surface, and that traps air bubbles as well. They're just a little bit more crazy. They're not perfectly spaced. And then, yeah, it just depends on the exact piece. But yeah, those are a couple of examples of air bubbles being in the walls of a piece as like a decorative element. Here, wait for the torch to stop, 'cause it's maybe a little bit hard to hear you. Okay, now you can try. So the color is added in the pretty much the very beginning, and luckily I have some diagrams and stuff to show this off. Could I have the color overlay slide, please? So this is something called color bar right here in my hand, solid colored glass through and through, and what we'll do is we'll melt down sections of this. We'll drop it on top of a clear bubble like you see in the diagram on the left, spread that completely covering the clear glass, and then eventually we gather layers of clear over top of that as well. So it's color sandwiched within the walls of the piece, basically. And we just get that color bar shipped in. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass to get the color in the first place. So it's all very scientific, chemistry, physics, when we're working with glass. Thank you. So we're completely straightening this disc out by using a couple of wooden paddles. We're continuing to use the jacks, which are the two metal blades, on the neck area of the vase, just making sure everything stays straight. But yeah, overall, this is the gist of the piece. We are pretty much finished with this, and pretty soon we will be breaking this off and putting it away. Also, yeah, a lot of the colors you see will change a little bit as it cools down overnight. For example, we've been working with a lot of yellows and oranges today, I've noticed, and so when orange is hot in the hot shop, it can appear more reddish or brownish. When we're working with yellow, it'll appear orange, so it's gonna change as it cools down back to that original color. So it looks like at this point we're pretty much getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. You'll see us use this fluffy torch quite a bit at this point. We're heating up the area where the clear glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection at the bottom of the piece. And then we know it's safe to apply water, crack that connection, and pop the piece off. Yeah, this torch is overall used to just heat up sections of glass. Meanwhile, when we're heating up the glass in the hole, we're just heating up the entire thing. And now to break the piece off, we apply water near the end of the pipe. Sarah's going to grab the piece of those Kevlar gloves, knock it off, torch the bottom, and then we are completely done with this piece of glass. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that vase. Thank you, everyone. And this goes inside of the annealer. This box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We fill it up, and then we press a button to slowly cool everything all at once, which is usually about 12 hours. Some of these pieces are a little thicker, meaning a day or two long of a cycle. And yeah, that was the vase. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away. And I think that that was our last piece before our lunch break. We'll be gone for an hour. We'll have the return time posted on the screen. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Looks like we're getting started all across the hot shop, so I'll give an introduction pretty soon as to who we have here, what we have going on, and then eventually we will have some cameras following the artist's movements around. We'll have some closed captioning on the screen, and yeah, I'll explain everything as we go. So we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today, and her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is the one up in the front with the black jacket, kind of her back facing towards you guys at the moment. Everyone else, they're mostly working for the Museum of Glass, or just in general, everyone is assisting Åsa in creating all of this artwork. And earlier, we saw her make a bunch of these vases, which are actually on that cart at the moment. They're wheeling them off. And we are now going to see a different piece made, which you can find on the front pedestal right here. So these are really interesting, and I actually haven't seen them made yet, so I'll kind of learn along with you guys. But the walls of these pieces are really thick, about that thick for each of the pieces, and the color is near the surface of the glass. So when they grind away the surface of the piece, like they'll do with these two, it reveals that clear glass inside of the thick wall, and it creates these windows. So the purpose of those pieces is to grind through the surface and get those windows so it reflects light in an interesting way. We'll see that being made at the center bench, and I assume they're going to continue the project they were working on over on the left bench, so we're going to see a couple of different pieces made for the second half of the day. They're probably going to be making these plates, which you'll see on the front table right here. And yeah, something that's similar in a way between these two different pieces is they both have to go through a cold working process. These ones will be etched or sandblasted to create different patterns and designs in the surface of the glass. Now, I do want to give a little overview of the hot shop as well, just as we're getting started, orient you with some of the equipment we're working with. So in the back here, Ben is using the glass furnace. So this is where we get all of our clear molten glass in the very beginning. Inside we have a giant ceramic crucible that's just filled with honey textured glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll pick that up on the end of our pipe to build up more mass to work with. And this is the one piece of equipment that we run 24/7, by the way. Everything else is usually shut off when we're done using it, and then we'll turn it on maybe an hour or so before we get started the next day. And then at each bench, we have these open face furnaces. These are used to reheat the glass. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we have 3 of them running today so we can work at all 3 of our benches, just to be really efficient with our time. And again, Åsa's going to be here all the way through tomorrow. So we have a full week residency for her. She's been here since Wednesday. And because tomorrow is the last day of her residency, she's going to have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. This is live streamed on YouTube, assuming the live stream will be running, which it should be every day. So if you go on YouTube, look up Museum of Glass, and you can watch her talk about her artwork and herself as an artist to learn more. Now, if we take a look up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. And we do already have one layer of color on the end of this pipe that you see being held up, but we are just about to drop another layer of color on top. And this process of adding color in this way, this is called a color drop or a color overlay, creates a very smooth, even layer of color across the entire surface of the piece. And this is how the color starts. It starts off as these solid bars that we get shipped in or we go purchase. And it has different metals, minerals, and oxides. To get these different colors, we just break off sections of it and melt it down on the end of our pipe. So that really is kind of the general gist of things, kind of a basic explanation. But if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know, whether it's about the visiting artists or about just glass in general. So all the glass that we work with in the hot shop is a soda lime glass. So soda ash limestone, but mostly silica sand, as you would imagine for glass. But there are different kinds of glass. If you go through the galleries, you'll see all these insects made out of glass. And those are made out of a type of glass called borosilicate. So the same thing that they use for beakers in scientific glassware. Yeah, so yeah, Pyrex too. Yep. It's that really durable. It can handle an extreme temperature change. Also, the purpose of making these pieces, Åsa is going to have them in an exhibit. And this exhibit is going to be in fall of 2026, so we have some time before then, preparing beforehand. And this is going to be a touring show, so it's going to move to different museums across the states and across multiple Nordic countries, apparently. So if anyone was here for the first half of the day, I wanted to point out this vase right here. This is Åsa's Stockholm vase. Again, she is from Stockholm, Sweden. And this is actually the piece that we're going to be making next. So at the center bench, Ben is making the clear glass that's going to become the disc. And then over on the right bench, that's where they're starting the body of the vase. And eventually they'll bring the two pieces of glass together. So that's what we'll be working on next. Yeah, the way that our glass blowing starts, like where the actual blowing happens, we do start with solid glass on the end of our pipe, and it's a lot like gathering up honey on a wooden dowel, right? And then the pipe is like a straw, so as long as the pipe isn't clogged, we just blow into the opposite end. That air passes all the way through and expands the glass like a balloon. So that's done in the very beginning. We get a small bubble, and then we build on more layers of glass. Just like that. So there's already an air bubble inside of that glass. You just can't see it underneath the layers of color. So with this glass at the center bench, you may have noticed we broke a piece of glass off the very end, and that was just to open up the end of the bubble so that it's hollow on both ends, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll set this aside, we'll keep it warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage. And you've probably seen us use this a few times now, but we're preheating pieces of colored glass in there, and we're also keeping pieces of glass warm, like this piece of clear, at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of that box. That'll just prevent it from breaking while we finish off the body of the vase. Also, these boxes that we have throughout the room, like the one in the front here and the one on the wall there, these are annealers, and this is what we put the glass in when we want to cool it down. It's a really slow cooling cycle. These really thick ones, for example, they take 2 full days to cool down properly without breaking. Yeah, if we cool them down too rapidly, they'll just start to crack throughout. So yeah, we just opened up this one in the front and then the one on the wall. Just open them up to see how the pieces turned out. So it's always kind of exciting. Yeah, there are a bunch of flower pots inside of the one on the floor, and then on the wall, looks like they have some plates in there. So again, with that clear glass, we're just setting it aside in the garage to stay warm. And now we can focus more so on the creation of the body of the vase. And the ones that we've been making, by the way, this one's just an example piece that Åsa brought in, but the ones that we've been making here at the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass, have been 18 inches tall and the clear glass disc 9 inches wide, so they're pretty big. And that's just a pipe cooler that we're using over on the far right side of the hot shop, so you're not missing anything crazy, just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And it looks like we have a view of the left bench on the screen now, so we could focus on that for a bit. Again, this is going to turn into one of those plates. And I don't know if I've mentioned, but these plates have one color on top and then one color on the bottom or underneath. So when they etch through that top layer, it reveals the second color underneath. It creates a really nice contrast in all the imagery and lettering that they put on it. And next they start on the jack line, which is a divot off the end of the pipe that we eventually break the piece off from. So this is, you could consider a breaking point or a weak point. Yeah, this is the left bench. Your guys' is left, not my left. So with the artists that you see on the floor at the Museum of Glass, oftentimes they are just extremely professional, experienced artists. So a lot of the things they do don't require super precise calculation, like how long we heat up the glass or how much glass they grab on the pipe. And in this case, we do have a lot of calipers around that we're using to double check measurements for things, because I think we want them all to be around the same size. And then same thing with the Stockholm vases. We want them all 18 inches exactly. And these look around the same size as well. So there are ways to be precise, but a lot of it is do something small, check, do something small, check. And to create a low bowl or a plate, you want the shape of the bubble to be very wide and squat. Something like a vase, like we're going to see at the center bench eventually, we want the bubble really long. So we have these wooden paddles that we use at every bench. We use them to flatten the bottom of pieces, for example, but we also use them to shield artists' arms and hands from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. So that's what you'll see for most of the process, is just the shielding. And then closer to the end, you see them flatten the bottom of the piece sometimes with those paddles, which is why they're so charred. So the fact that we've brought this bubble to the center bench now means that we probably have enough glass and are ready to blow this out into our vase. So as long as the pipe that we stick inside of the furnace is hot, the glass is going to want to stick to it. But if it's too cold, for example, I think sometimes it can just like peel off or just not even interact with it in the first place. So we always make sure that our pipes are warm before we pick up some glass. Also, over on the left, we have just dropped a large mass of clear onto the end of the bubble. This is going to be flattened and shaped into a puck of clear glass. And that is what's elevating these plates off of the surface that they're placed on. And at the center bench, we are now blowing this bubble out. Ben is guiding which way the bubble blows out by using this pad of newspaper. It's literally just folded up newspaper that's been splashed with some water. So to start this vase off, Ben creates a jack line. So using these two metal blades called the jacks, he squeezes down off the end of the pipe and into the glass, creating this divot that's just kind of carved in. And this is creating a weak point or a breaking point for taking this piece off of the pipe. We did the same thing earlier, as you'll remember, with the bubble over on the left. And with this vase, do a lot of gravity shaping. So just hang the glass down towards the floor. It'll stretch out into a longer, narrower shape. Also, yeah, the color you're seeing on this bubble is relatively accurate to the final color. It is going to be this really light kind of pastel pink or bubblegum pink, kind of in that range. So after one more stretch, Ben is going back on with the papers. We first cool down the areas that we don't want to alter very much or let move around. And then we can blow out the portions we want to blow out a little bit more. Also, over on the left bench, we're pretty close to opening this plate up. Could we have a view of the left bench real quick, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. I know a lot of you don't have a good view of it from where you're sitting, so let's just check this out as they do this. So once we get close to finishing a plate or something like a rondelle, which is a circular glass pane, the way that this is flared out the rest of the way is using centrifugal force. So they get the glass hot, and then they start to turn the pipe relatively quickly, and that flares the glass open from that outward pulling force. It's really satisfying to watch, and it almost seems like magic 'cause they go in and they come out and then it's done. It's magic. Yep, so you can always tell when we're getting close to finishing a piece because you'll see somebody suited up. We'll sometimes have a face shield, they'll have these big Kevlar gloves. So over on the left bench, it looks like we're just about to flare this plate open. If we could have a view of that, please. Yeah, I know we just switched away, but I want a view of them flaring the plate out. Oh yeah, there they go. And then they bring it back to the bench. They just do some light touching up and pushing around. See, it's like magic. They came out and it's done. And then they just break it off of the pipe right away and then put it away to cool down. And then once they've got that flared open, again, we just break it off of the pipe pretty much right away. And then place it inside of an annealer. And to break our pieces off, we crack the connection. So we're adding some water near the end of the pipe, give it a tap, and just like that, we've finished our plate. And then this large box on the wall, this is an annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to very slowly come down from that temperature, usually for about 12 hours, and some of these pieces up to 2 days. It looked like that one was going to be blue on the face of the plate, if you're looking straight down at it like this, and then purple underneath. I think, yeah. That's what it looked like when it started to cool down a little bit. So the only reason these plates might have a little bit of a gradient or anything is actually because the color thinned out a little bit in those areas, basically. So this one's just very smooth pink. This one's very smooth green. This one's actually a little bit denser in the center, and then that one's a little thinner. So just slight variation. Yeah, it's really cool. And it's all about, yeah, just these very, very subtle touches. Like if you push a little bit hard, then you thin out the color on the front. So we use the blow torches to heat up a section of the glass at a time, and we call it a fluffy or a fluffy torch because it's kind of gentle. It's not a ton of heat. It's around the same temperature as the furnace that we're using to heat the glass, so 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And then, yeah, we're just using it to heat up any cold areas usually, or add extra heat to one area we want to work on. So this is called the garage. And if you're here earlier, maybe you saw them make the clear glass that's going to be attached to the top of our vase at the center bench. But if you weren't here, we prepared a bubble of clear glass that we set aside in there. And it's just keeping it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And same with anything else they're taking out of it, like we're preheating pieces of color bar in there as well, which we use to get the color on the glass in the first place. Anything we work with has to start at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. About 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass is completely molten to the texture of honey at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. And when the glass looks solid in the hot shop, it's at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which you probably already inferred from my previous explanations, but it's still very hot. So we're seeing something important here. We have just attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. This is going to basically act as a second handle as we go ahead and break the piece off from the first pipe that it was originally created on. And to break the piece off, we add some water, tap the pipe, and now we have basically flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we can start working on the opening and then again attach this clear disc of glass to the top as well. So actually, the Museum of Glass is open every day from Wednesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and it's a live demonstration every single day no matter what, unless it's like a holiday or we're closed because of extreme heat outside. So yeah, we always have something going on. And on top of that, we also live stream everything that we have going on here in the hot shop. So if you can't make it in, you can just watch online, which is really cool. And I've been bringing that up today especially because Åsa, our visiting artist in the front, she's going to have an artist talk tomorrow at 1 p.m. where she's going to talk about her artwork, herself as an artist, and really get a lot more in depth about, the backstory of these pieces. So that's something, if you're really interested in her artwork, you don't want to miss that. Almost every single time you come into the Museum of Glass's hot shop, you're going to see professionals on the floor. I think every once in a great while we'll have some people who are more of like apprentices that help ever so often. And on third Thursdays, we have free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. And there's a group that comes in that's made of middle schoolers and high schoolers, composed of middle schoolers and high schoolers from a couple of hot shops here in Tacoma. So, yeah, you do see a mix of people, but usually professionals. And these guys have 20 to 30 years of experience each that you see working right now. And Åsa herself, she's been working with glass since 1993. She started in 1993. Yeah. So with the opening of this piece, we're trimming some excess glass off. This is going to get rid of some thickness and some extra height. We want to hit, again, exactly 18 inches of height on this finished piece. So you'll see them double check with calipers every once in a while. Make sure they're still hitting that height. And for anyone that's recently joined into the Hot Shop, I wanted to reintroduce what we have going on today. So we do have a visiting artist. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is up in the front in this black jacket with her back facing towards you guys at the moment. We have a slideshow of her previously made artwork up on the screen, so that is playing now. You guys can get a taste of the final products that we're working towards. And we've been making a variety of projects since Wednesday. And Åsa's going to be here all the way through Sunday, so the end of the day tomorrow. We have these pieces that we made in the Hot Shop down on the front table and the front pedestals, and also this cart. And a lot of them are not quite finished. As you'll see throughout the slideshow, some of these pieces have a heavy amount of cold working. Cold working is, as it sounds, you work with the glass cold versus the Hot Shop where we work with the glass hot. So what our artist plans to do is sandblast through the surface of some of these plates, like you'll see in some of these example images. And this could be imagery, it could be typography, and then there's also going to be sandblasting done to these clear rings on these vases that we're working on, which we are making one of those right now. This is a Stockholm vase. And then on top of that, we have these pieces, which are very, very thick. The walls are like this thick for each piece. And these are being ground down flat on either side to create these clear windows. These are some finished ones. If you wanted to take a closer look at them, feel free to. And all of these pieces eventually will add up to about 35 or 40 pieces in total, and they'll all be in an exhibit, which will travel around. And this is going to be exhibited in fall of 2026. So while they've been finishing off the top of this piece of the center bench, over on the right, Sarah has that clear glass that we worked on earlier. And this is, again, it's open on either end. So it's open-ended where it's connected to the pipe. It's also open-ended on the far end of the bubble. And this will be connected right to the opening of this piece at the center bench. So that will be happening pretty soon. They have to heat up those two openings enough that they'll stick together. So we're bringing that piece of glass over now. We're ready to connect the two together. So they've matched the size of the openings together. They've matched the thickness of the walls together. It's a pretty tricky thing to do, connecting multiple blown pieces together like this. And now, after giving it a light puff of air, they should be able to break this secondary pipe away that they use to carry that clear over, and then we'll have everything all together. So we've been focusing a lot of heat just to this clear glass on the end, and eventually this will be flared all the way open, just bit by bit, starting with the jacks, which are these two metal blades. And over at the left bench, this is the very, very beginning of the process where we're seeing them color the glass or get color on the glass in general. So it all starts with a small clear bubble, and then again we take something called color bar, solid pieces of colored glass. We'll melt this down on the end of our pipe, and we'll layer it on top of that clear bubble, which is what they've been doing over there. They're doing 2 layers of color, so you see one from the top and one from the bottom. And then we gather layers of clear over top of that color as well. And if you're curious, the different colors come from different metals, minerals, oxides mixed into the clear glass. So for example, Statue of Liberty is made out of copper. It's reacted with oxygen. It's oxidized into that blue-green color. So if you were to mix that into glass, you would end up with a blue-green glass. So we're just flaring this open bit by bit. At this point in the process, we want to make sure everything turns out very symmetrical. We want to turn the pipe very evenly. So we've set up these rollers on the bench, so the pipe turns in one spot instead of back and forth across the bench. So now we've moved on to using the pachofis. So instead of metal blades, we're now using wooden blades. And these do burn up over time. We keep them saturated in water to help prevent that burning to a certain degree. But these are really gentle on the glass. They're not going to cause any gouging or scraping. So just like that, we have pretty much flared the clear glass open. Still a lot of adjusting to do, but this is pretty much the piece. And I see enough new people have joined in that I should probably give another little reintroduction. So we have a visiting artist on the floor today. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is up in the front with the black jacket on, back face towards us. And we are working on a variety of her designs of these pieces, which you see laid out throughout the front of the hot shop, on the pedestals, on the table, on the cart. And right now we're making a Stockholm vase, as she calls them. She's originally from Stockholm, Sweden, which is this vase with this clear disc at the top. And the idea is they want the vase to be 18 inches tall, and then the glass disc to be half as wide as the vase is tall. Or I guess as wide as half of the vase's height. That's probably a better way to phrase it. So 9 inches wide. And yeah, we're pretty much finished with this piece. They're just doing some light adjustments, making sure everything is straight and even. These guys are perfectionists. They've been working with glass for 20 to 30 years each. They've been working on this piece for an hour now. Yeah, an hour. So this one's moving pretty quick. I think they kind of get into the flow of things. So the first one they make is like an hour and a half, and the next one maybe an hour 15, and then this one's only been an hour so far. And while we're finishing this vase at the center bench, over on the left, they're working on some more of these plates, which you'll see down on the front table. And they've been making these plates all day over on that bench. These ones are a little bit faster, it seems like. And they're not quite done. Even the ones that are hanging out on the table, they're not quite done because they're going to sandblast through the surface layer of color, which reveals the second layer of color underneath. And they're going to use that to create imagery or typography. I think Åsa isn't quite sure what she's going to put onto them yet, but has some ideas. So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. They did enough adjusting and touching up, making sure everything is straight. They are satisfied. So we torch the clear glass that's connecting the pipe and the piece until we see some movement in that connection. And then we can go ahead and apply some water there to crack that connection and pop the piece off. And Sarah's getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves, this face shield, all of this equipment to protect herself as she carries this piece over to an annealer to put it away. So get your final photos if you want them. They're making plates over there, like the ones you see here on the table. Yeah, exactly. These ones? I can't remember exactly what they were called. But they're all going to be used as vases. Yeah. So now we go ahead and add on that water. Once we break it off, we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and then this piece will be done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So this is going inside of the annealer over on your left in the front of the hot shop. This box is sitting currently at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool this glass down at least overnight and up to about 2 days. So we won't see that piece for a while. So we could focus in on the left bench now, which we have a view of up on the screen. And again, they're going to be making some plates over there. So I don't mind sharing any and all information. I love talking. That's why I'm here. So this is called Color Bar, if anyone hasn't seen it yet. It's solid colored glass through and through. And we will break sections of this off. The original bar is always pretty long, maybe about an entire foot, maybe a little longer. And we will melt that down on the end of a pipe and layer it within the walls of a piece. Right from the very beginning, we start off with a layer of color on a bubble, and that creates this really smooth, even layer on the outside of the piece. And yeah, we just get it shipped in or we buy it. It's not something that we make ourselves. It's pretty complicated chemistry and balancing of everything. So actually, you have to usually buy the very specific color that you want, because if you mix colors together, it's more so layering them on top of each other. So you can have a transparent on top of an opaque, and that gives you the visual appearance of mixing the colors together. But something that's interesting, because the different colors are made of different metals and minerals, they'll sometimes react with each other and create different colors. So for example, red and white. Everyone wants to try to put red and white together because it's just nice. Maybe it's for the holidays. Maybe it's just they like it. And for some reason, it creates this ambery brown color. So it doesn't turn out how you expect it to. Yeah, so at the center and right bench, they're going to be working on one of these, I assume, which are the dimensions vases. And the reason they're called that is because later on they'll have these clear windows carved into them, like you could see with these. And it just creates multi-dimensionality when you look through it in different ways, when the light shines through it in different ways. So yeah, all these pieces, the ones on the cart, the ones on the table, they're not quite finished because they have to be put through that cold working process. Sandblasting, grinding, polishing. So the longest part of the process for making one of these dimensions vases is just building up all of those layers of glass, because again, these are about this thick in the wall all the way around. They just have a very small air bubble filling up that space. So it's mostly just solid glass for these pieces. And this is all going to start with the color over on that right bench. And then again, up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench where we're finishing another plate. So both of the pieces that we're working on, or actually no matter what we're making in the hot shop, we're going to have to always have the pipe turning, because the glass is at any point in time slightly malleable or sometimes very malleable to the texture of honey. And if we stop turning, then the piece will fall off center at best case scenario, or worst case scenario. If it's completely molten, the glass will just drip off the end of the pipe and onto the floor, which can be kind of satisfying to watch, to be fair. And just like magic, that plate has been completely flared open. So the way that they finish these off is they heat it up like crazy, and then they start spinning the pipe really quickly, and that creates centrifugal force, which just pulls the glass outward. It's like a lot of playground equipment kids play on. Spin really fast. Try not to fly off. And then they're not going to heat this up anymore. They're going to break it off as soon as they finish straightening everything out. And to break a piece off, we just add a little bit of water near the end of the pipe and then give it a tap. And just like that, our plate is going into the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. So there's another plate done. Thank you, thank you. We always appreciate it. Oh, okay. So this building actually does have a little bit of a story to it. It was purposefully built in this shape for a reason, but it's actually not for functionality, surprisingly. It's mostly to be flashy and to kind of tell a story, which the story is this area used to be used for a lot of logging, and they had these wood burners shaped a lot like this cone to burn leftover wood scraps. And then when they cleaned up the area, the Theophos waterway, they tore those burners down, they built the Bridge of Glass, they built a museum of glass, and so to pay tribute, kind of point out what this area used to be, the history of the area, they built this cone in this shape. But yeah, it's mostly just for looks. The functionality aspect of it is we have some ventilation pushing in down here, which is why it's cold in the front rows. And then we have a fan at the top that pulls hot air out, and then this big ventilation vent in the back. So I wanted to share again, we're working on one of the dimensions vases next, which you could see laid out on the cart. You could see 2 of them on the front pedestal right there. And the thing about these is the wall is really thick. We want the color towards the surface so we can carve that color away and create a window. So the way that we're going to get the color on the surface, this is really tricky to explain, so bear with me. We create a cup out of that colored glass, and then we create another bubble of glass that's just clear and it's really thick, and then we stuff it inside of that cup to pick up the color on the very outside, basically. So that's what we're going to see done. So they're going to make a color cup, and then they're going to make another bubble, and then they'll bring the 2 together. So just to point out a couple of different things, over on the right bench, again, this is a colored bubble of glass that we're going to blow out into a cup shape. And then once we have that cup, we're going to take a large amount of clear glass, which I think Ben is starting here at the center bench, and that'll be stuffed inside of the cup to pick up the color on the very outside. And that's how we carve away the color and create those clear windows, is because the color is almost on the surface of the piece. And then I was just explaining to some people in the front to the audience over there, so I'll explain to you guys as well. The cold working process, it depends piece to piece, but we use a lot of equipment that's similar to woodworking equipment. We have disc sanders, we have belt sanders, we have drill presses, like all sorts of things that you could think of. Big difference is we have running water on everything that we're grinding, so we're not creating powdered glass that we can inhale, and we're not creating heat in the piece. And then we also have a lot of diamond grit based tools. So diamond grit is used to carve through these pieces of glass. And could we have our visiting artist slideshow, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off. Up on the screen, we have a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artist artwork. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she is up in the front with the black jacket, looking at the glass in this box and on the cart. Everyone else around her is supporting her and creating the work that she has designed. So these pieces are actually some things that she worked on very early on in her artistic career. So she started in 1993 and is revisiting these older designs to tell a story of the entirety of her artistic career. And we've seen a ton of different pieces made. Earlier we were making Stockholm vases, which are these vases with the clear discs on top. And by the way, it is hollow all the way through. So this is the opening up on top. And then now we are making these dimensions vases, which these are the finished ones from the hot shop. And then these are the fully finished ones on the pedestal with the clear windows carved into the side. And could we have a view of the right bench real quick, please? So over on the right bench, we blew out that bubble. We attached a pipe to the far end of the bubble, and then we broke the bubble off from its original pipe. So now we can open this up fully into a cup shape that has a rounded bottom. And then again, just to reiterate, this clear bubble of glass at the center bench is eventually going to be stuffed inside of that cup. So we have to make sure that the clear bubble is just the right size to fit inside of that, and it's just a little bit of a tricky maneuver, but very satisfying to watch. And just to share again, over on the left, we are continuing to make these plates, which you'll see down on the front table right here. So we have two separate projects going on at the same time, but they are all eventually going to be displayed together in the same exhibit. So it's looking like that cup has been opened up to pretty much its full size over there. And I know it's really hard to see right now, but this is actually a red colored glass. When they're working with it, it looks brown or gray or black, depending on the exact red that they use. But if you look as they're going into the heat, the light shines through the glass and you can see that red a lot better. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, different colors will kind of react with the heat in the hot shop, and red is one of the more drastic changes. So Ben is gathering one more layer of clear, and this is something that's satisfying to watch. He's stripping some of the glass off into a bucket. This is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear, getting rid of some extra clear. And don't worry, everything that falls into this bucket is clear glass, and we end up reusing it completely by throwing it back into the furnace. So now we break this cup off the end of the pipe. This will be set upright into a heated ring on the floor. And then we bring over that clear bubble and immediately stuff it inside, just straight up and down. So this touches the bottom of the cup first, and then as Ben pushes down, slowly fills the cup up. So just like that, we have our two pieces of glass together. Now we could turn this into our vase. So just to make sure the cup is contouring around the entire side of the bubble, this is being heated up and then rolled on the marver to just make sure the cup touches down. And then eventually we'll start to blow this out very lightly, shape it into our vase. Yeah, this table is basically just a thick slab of stainless steel, so it's not gonna get very hot. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hi. So for anyone that's recently joined in, we are working on a dimensions vase, which you'll see these finished vases here on the front pedestal. And I'm going to be daring and turn it to show you the window. So this is the window. It is hollow, yeah. It's still hollow, but the walls are like this thick. So it's barely hollow. It's still really heavy and thick. And then, yeah, when we carve the windows in, this is done cold. So these ones have no windows yet, but they're waiting to be carved away. And the idea is the light will reflect through it, and you'll see different things depending on the way you look through the piece. That's why they're called dimensions vases. And this one right here, that's what we're making right now. This one is going to have a red color overall. Oh yeah, and just to point out one more time, if anyone is curious, we are also working on some plates over on the left bench. So this is, of course, a separate piece, but they are going into the same exhibit for the same purpose. So when we make blown pieces, it's really interesting. We always start by working on the bottom half of the piece, and then we attach a pipe there and break it off here from its original pipe. So that's what we're seeing here. And then with the plate, same idea. We have to form the bottom of the plate first, flip the orientation, and then we can flare it out from there. And when we break pieces off of our pipes, if it's a blow pipe, we're going to be left with an opening when we break it off, because that's where we were blowing into the piece. So no cutting required. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are working on a piece that is designed by our visiting artist. Her name is Åsa Sandlund. She's the one in the front with the black jacket. And we, just to point it out, again, we are working on a dimensions vase. We have a couple of them finished here on this front pedestal. And the idea is we have these windows that are carved into either side of the piece. That's done after the hot shop and after the glass cools down. So these ones, for example, were finished maybe 2 days ago or so. Yeah, they take 2 full days to cool down, by the way, because the glass is so thick. It's to cool really slowly. Eventually those will be carved into as well. And earlier we made a bunch of Stockholm vases. We made some of these. Those are currently cooling down, and these ones are from previous days. And something that I didn't get to see in person that they've made during this residency are the flower pots, which are really pretty. I don't know if they're still in there, but they were in this box in the front. Yeah, they moved them. Darn. Can't even show them all. Oh my. So with this plate over on the left bench, they're getting really close to fully flaring it out. Just one more heat and I think it'll be done. So could we get a view of the left bench as they finish this off? I think it'll just be interesting to see. So up on the screen we have a view of the left bench now. They have this really wide bowl shape at the moment. But the way that they finish these off is they heat most of that glass up and then they start to spin the glass on the end of the pipe pretty quickly and it flares open from centrifugal force. So it's like magic. They go in there and then they come out and it's done. And we have a view of this on the screen still, so don't miss it. Happens pretty quick. So we've heated that glass up, we're spinning, and just like magic we come out and it's done. They'll sit down and they'll adjust the glass with a couple of wooden paddles to get the exact shape that they want. But from here, they're not going to heat this glass up again. They're going to knock it straight off of the pipe when they're done. So once they're finished adjusting, they add some water near the end of the pipe, and this is going to crack that connection enough for it to pop off. And the assistant will catch the glass, some Kevlar gloves, and that piece is done. And that's going inside of the annealer, which is a large box. Slowly cools the glass down starting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's currently sitting in there at that temperature along with all the other pieces we've made today. So we've just flattened the bottom of our vase a little bit at the center bench. Looks like they'll probably touch this up just a little bit, but we are getting close to the overall shape. And something that's different about this piece compared to other pieces we make in the hot shop is when we break this off, we don't attach it to another pipe on the bottom like we did with the plate or like we've done with these vases. When we attach a pipe onto the bottom, that's so we can work on the top side of the piece or the opposite side. But in this case, we want the entire thing to stay the same shape. We want this to stay tapered and thick, so we're not going to touch it. We're just going to break it right off and put it away. And another thing that you're going to see with these finished pieces is this large clear puck that's attached to the bottom. This is something that is going to later on be removed through cold working, so it'll be completely cut and then polished away until all we're left with, again, is just these pieces here on the front pedestal. So they picked up that clear puck. It was placed on the ground. They just stamped the glass down onto it. And by the way, just to mention, the reason we add these clear pucks is we want them to stand upright when we load them and put them away, because the glass is so thick that it's hard to let it cool down all the way without it cracking. Again, we want it to cool really slow. And if we lay it on its side, it's a risk that it'll slump and change shape or pick up debris. So it's just very finicky. So we torch the glass that's a little bit colder, which is the area that's connected to the pipe. If we don't torch this area, then it tends to get cold enough to crack, and those cracks can spread. So we're just making sure everything stays warm, and then eventually we will be breaking the piece off right at that divot that's carved into the glass. To break this off, they're actually filing at that connection with a little bit of water, and then they'll tap the pipe, and just like that, they've broken the piece off. And we have finished yet another vase, so let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. And this is going inside of the annealer, which I'm sure I've already pointed this box out, but it's used to slowly cool the glass down. This one is going to have to cool for 2 whole days to cool properly because the glass is so thick. And I did hear that we should see 1 more of those made. So that'll be our final project of the day. Okay, so I wanted to share, in case you didn't already hear, it turns out we've run out of time for any more pieces. So that piece that you guys saw us finish was our last piece of the day. You're welcome to hang out and enjoy the warmth of the hot shop. Ask me questions if you have any, but we are done. And just to add in addition, again, we are going to be live streaming the entire day tomorrow, where our visiting artist, Åsa, is going to be talking about herself as an artist and about her artwork. So you could tune into the live stream, you could return, and yeah, please check that out if you can.